our second glider. Having some issues with the interface on the computer in terms of being able to chat with you guys, like text chat. So I think I'm going to just abandon that and do my best to read your comments if you have any, and then address them here. So here's our Fox wagon in. Missed Jim Burke at the beginning of the stream. Jim had a great flight. I was getting my stuff set up from the move from the other judge's line. So I got Jim recorded but did not get to stream in.
Chat deck from Fox West. Hey, Wilder. Hey, Jay, I'm going to have you hold on base one turn. We've got to wait for the glider to land. We'll go. Go ahead and do your belt check if you want. You can do your belt check if you want. How's that? I'm going to do a warm-up. No, they hold it. You're good. We'll brief the boundary judge. Thanks.
Yeah, cool. heads up, dude.
like a sequence or no? Yes or no? We're trying to.
Great.
Okay, you don't ever need one of those.
It's pretty rare. I mean, like when we get into the three unknowns where there's like 5 to choose from or whatever,
Right.
ABC, whatever, it's nice for me to have that for the streaming.
Okay.
But without having a caller here, there's no point in me having a sequence. I just gotta figure it out.
Okay.
It's all good.
All right. Well, I
I'm
just
happy.
didn't know because we didn't have any this time, but we got you some. And then I told Lisa, and she said, "Oh, I thought they didn't need them." So I just want to know if you need them.
Without someone here to help, it's really, I just get the hang of it and go.
All
So
right,
it's
but
all good.
would you want them though for the multiple different things? The free unknown?
Even then, I only really need to know, I just need the column that says which one they're flying, and then I'll probably just get Lori to post each one of them or something in the chat so people can just refer back to the sequence.
Okay.
And I just tell people,
All right, so
but
you.
I don't, for filming, I don't need the sequence.
All right, so
It's too hard for me
you're
to
good
keep
with
up. I'm so happy
without
right now.
not having one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thanks for checking. We'll see if we get enough time. We'll work something out. Do I have your chairs? No, we need a chair. No, you told me to leave them at the... Okay, so I guess we're going to use a cooler. Her mic is stuck.
Yeah, somebody just asked if we're going to go ahead and keep streaming when we put up the next category, which will be intermediate power and glider. And we are going to continue here right now with the stream that we're on so that we don't lose any connection.
Are we having video review? antingen livet bait snoefortuin. Riktigt.
Okay, good afternoon. This is Soundcheck. Lori Pinner here from the International Aerobatic Club. I'm the editor of Sport Aerobatics magazine, and I'm here to give you some commentary on the intermediate category today. Looks like Forrest has been following the takeoff of the gliders over here from that first one that just, well, that one right now that went out as the Air Force Academy's airplane. And right now we do have a pits up in the air over the box flying what they call the low lines. For those of you who are not familiar with that, the low lines establish the level which the judges have to look for that would be the lowest that the airplane could fly and not incur a penalty. So that's what we're waiting for right now. Justin Hickson, who's an intermediate competitor and will fly first for power, is the one that is flying those low lines right now.
So James Spall is flying low lines.
Okay, I have been corrected. James Spaller is also in a pits and a similar type, because actually it is the same type. It's a S2B, but it's a different color. And he's actually second, and Justin Hickson will be first, and then James Spaller will follow him. But right now, James is up there flying the low lines. For those of you who wanted to see the sequences that will be flown, I did post the sequences on the Facebook page, and the order of flight also on the Facebook page. It's U.S. National Aerobatic Championships for the Facebook page, and for Instagram, it is just IACHQ, where we have all of our pictures and some really cool videos that were made by Lee Hubner, who does a wonderful job at that, and he has been blessing us with his talent this week. He's also flying in intermediate, so you will see him fly as well today. If you want to go on the website, you can go to www.iac.org, and in the top row there, the navigation panel, there's the word competition. And if you click on that drop down, there is a place that you can click on known sequences, and you don't have to have a login to take a look at those. And that's all of the known flights that are being flown this couple days here, both power and glider. James just flew over our head, so we must be pretty close to the center of the box. He's flying out on the y-axis and making a turn around the outside of the box to show the judges where the bottom of the box is for these intermediate competitors. Okay, it sounds like Justin's getting ready to come in. So we'll follow him as he comes into the box. Justin is flying an S2B. It's a beautiful black and yellow airplane. Beautiful paint job. And he's getting close to the box now, so he'll be diving in here shortly. And there you can see him coming in. and he's giving 3 wing wags. That's to indicate to the judges that he is serious and he's getting ready to start his sequence. Okay, on figure 1, it is the half loop up with a full roll on the top, and he will exit that inverted. And then he will go into figure number 2, which is a 180-degree turn inverted. Once he comes around the full 180 degrees, he's going to go into figure number 3, 45 line down with half a roll, pull up 5/8 of a loop, and on the top he has a 2 of 4, so 2 points of 4 points, roll. Okay, there they were. And then he's going to go into figure number 4, another 2 of 4, and a downward loop. And back up to level off and go into figure number 5. Got a half snap coming up here. There it is, and he's going to pull down into this P loop. And on the upline, he'll have a quarter roll to come out on the y-axis. So that's that axis is either going towards us or away from us, and he has chosen to go away. And he's going to set up for a 1 1/4 positive turn spin. And on the bottom of that spin is going to be another P loop. And on the top of this P loop, when he comes up, it's going to be a half roll, and then he'll be upright again, coming into figure number 7. Figure number 7 has a half roll into half a loop. And then he'll come into figure number 8. So it's a 45-degree line up to a hammerhead. So first he has to establish the 45, and then he goes vertical, and he goes into the hammerhead, or the turnstile. Excuse me. Okay, he'll come out to the left, and he'll get ready for figure number 9, which is a pull-pull humpty. There's a 2 of 8 on the upline here, 1 and 2. He'll pull over the top, and on the way down, he'll do a quarter turn roll, come out to the right, and he'll go into figure number 10. Okay, he's coming up to a 5/8 of a loop with a 45 down line with a 2 of 4 on it. 1 and 2. Another 5/8 of a loop, and on the top of that is half a roll. And he will exit that figure, and that is the final figure of that sequence, and rock out on his wings, so we know that he's finished. Justin flew down from Minnesota. He is in chapter 78 up there, and I believe he's still the president. He's been the president of that chapter for a while. He has served on the board of directors. I guess it's a year or so ago.
James, Chief, the box is clear. The box is yours. Have a good flight.
We're trying to get a little use of the handheld mic here for you so that you can hear some of their calls when they come in, but it doesn't like laying down. It doesn't like being near the computer. True. Okay, and then this should be James, correct? Okay, so we have James Spaller coming in. And he's also flying that Pitts S2B. I believe his is traditional red. And that looks right. Okay, he's pulling up half a loop, half a roll on the top. Oh, excuse me, a full roll on the top, so he comes out inverted into figure number 2, which is a 180-degree turn, inverted. And then into figure number 3 with a 45-degree downline, half a roll. It's going to pull up 5/8 of a loop. And on the top he has a 2 of 4 point roll. So there's 1 and 2. That'll put him into figure number 4 where he has this other 2 of 4. So 2 2 of 4s back to back. The looping portion down. And then he'll cap off upright to go into figure number 5. Got a snap coming up here, half snap. And this is a P loop, so he's going to pull down into that P loop. And on the up line, he's going to give you a quarter roll so that he'll come out on the y-axis. And then he's going to fly away from us, and he's going to set up for his 1 1/4 turn spin. A quarter. Go down into a P loop, and on the top of the P loop will be half a roll, so he will be upright again. Coming into figure 7, he'll have half a roll to inverted, pull down half a loop, and that's the end of that figure. Figure number 8 was that 45-degree angled line up to a hammerhead. There's the 45, he establishes that, and the judge are looking for that. And here's going to hammer. There he goes. And he'll come out to the left into figure number 9, which is a pull-pull Humpty. On the up line will be the 2 of 8. So it's 1 and 2. And pull over the top, and on the way down, he'll have a quarter roll to put him back on the y-axis, excuse me, the x-axis. And he'll go into figure number 10, 5/8 of a loop up, 2 of 4 on the down 45, 1 and 2, another 5/8 of a loop, and on the top half a roll. And that'll be the end of figure, end of sequence, and he is wagging out. Okay, we're momentarily looking at the judges line. We have 6 judges, 6 assistants, and 6 recorders, and they sit in groups of 3. Usually the guy in the middle is the judge. The assistant either sits to the left or the right, depending on which ear you can hear out of better. And then the recorder sits on the other side. The recorder is there to scribe for them, basically. So they will hear what the judge says the score is, and they will put it down in a location on the scoring sheet that goes along with the figure that was flown. Those scoring sheets are getting collected up, and you'll see a guy in a black shirt walk by here in just a second. And he's got a bunch of paperwork in his hand, so he's collecting all those score sheets, and he's taking them to the chief judge. Chief judge verifies everything on them is correct and sees if there's any kind of deviation in scores that alerts him to the fact that maybe somebody missed something. As far as, you know, maybe it was a 0, or, oh, they just didn't fly the right figure, or something like that. And if there's any question, then he can always call a conference if he needs to. But he has to have a majority say that there's something incorrect before he's going to call a conference. Okay, as soon as they can get in here, we're going to have the tow plane drop off a glider for us. It's intermediate glider sequence. The first one is being flown by Matthew Hamilton. Matthew's born and raised in Southern California. He attended Northwestern Preparatory School, and he likes to spend his time camping, lifting, skiing, yodeling, and underwater basket weaving. My suspicion is that last one is probably not really a hobby so much as just kind of joking around. But most of all, he loves spending time with family and friends, and he will attend pilot training after graduating this June. So this is one of our U.S. Air Force Academy cadets. Yes, go Matt. So he's getting in position. You can see the tow plane there in front of him. And he's off tow. We're getting close to it. I thought I saw him move off there for a second. The other plane that you might have seen going by is at high altitude and nowhere near us was actually a jet. Okay, we're off tow and we're coming in for the intermediate glider, and the first figure here, number 1, is a half a roll into half a loop down. Okay, it looks like a wing mag to me. And yes, he is wagging those long wings. Beautiful airplanes. And there's his half a roll. And he'll go into half a loop down. There he goes. And he's going to go into the figure number 2, which is affectionately called the goldfish. So yes, it was a 45 up with half a roll. Then he came back down into 7/8 of a loop, and now he's up on a 45, leveling off. He's going to go into figure number 3, which is a 1-turn spin. Here he goes. When he levels off, he'll get ready to go into figure number 4, and that will be a hammerhead. This upline will be pretty short. They don't have a lot of oomph, so we've got to do a lot of energy management. Okay, he'll come out here to the left and he'll start in on figure number 5, which is a pull Humpty. So basically he's pulling up into a vertical line. He's going to pull around into a loop there over the top and then straight down and come out left. Now figure number 6 is a quarter clover leaf. And it has a rolling element and also a looping element. Number 7, which is what he's in right now, is a 90-degree turn. You have to have at least 60 degrees of bank on an aerobatic turn. Number 8 is half a roll one direction and then half a roll the other direction. So we've got 1/2 there and then come back. Okay, figure number 9. He's going to come up with 5/8 of a loop and come down on a 45-degree line with a 2 of 4 on that line. I'm not sure I saw the 2 points, but we'll let the judges figure that one out. And then he's in the middle of a loop right now for figure number 10. And that is the last figure, end of sequence. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, now you clear it back to detail. Back to detail. Thank you.
Is this him coming in already? Okay, right here. Or is that still? I guess
That's a decathlon.
for this glider right now we talk about that. Is that still Matt? Is that still Matt? Right over here on top of her head.
Oh, yeah, it's Matt
Okay.
making his landing
Okay.
approach, I think. Patrick Koenig.
Okay, our next pilot is Patrick Koenig, and he is also a glider pilot from the U.S. Air Force Academy. He's from Raleigh, North Carolina. He's majoring in aeronautical engineering, and he has a minor in nuclear weapons and strategy. He enjoys hiking, camping, backpacking, rock climbing, and playing with his dog. He recently received his job of a U.S. Air Force pilot and is excited for his final year in the U.S. Air Force Academy. Congratulations to Patrick.
Matthew landing.
Okay, Matt's landing. That's what we're watching right now. We're very close to the runway here, where we're at. Beautiful, graceful airplane. Okay, he's lining up with the runway. His spoilers are out. That helps him slow down a little bit. There's a little boxy things that you see on the top of the wing. Spoilers, because they spoil the airflow, right? Okay, and there he is. Beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now we've spotted Patrick coming off. He's off tow. Okay, looks like a wing rock to me. Yep, he's rocking, indicating that he's ready to come in and fly the sequence. Come into figure number 1, which is half a roll into half a loop down. So there's the half a roll. And he's going to pull that around and integrate it into a half a loop down. Next is figure number 2, which is the goldfish. So 45-degree upline with a half a roll. We'll come around in 7/8 of a loop up to a 45. He just needs to establish that 45 so it's obvious to the judges, and then he can cap off. Upright, and come into figure number 3. So he's plenty slow enough. He can go for his 1-turn spin. Okay, he's headed into figure number 4, which is a hammerhead. Pretty nice. Very good. He's headed into figure number 5, which is a pull Humpty. So he's going to go straight up vertical, come over the top in a very small looping, and come down vertical, and he's out of that. So we're into figure number 6, which is a quarter clover leaf. It has a rolling element on it there at the beginning, and then comes around in the rest of the looping portion of it. He'll turn immediately on number 7 into a 90-degree turn. And again, the judges are looking for at least 60 degrees of bank on that. Figure number 8 is going to be half a loop, one way, and there he goes with his half. And then come back the other direction with another half loop. Half roll. Okay, next one is figure 9, 5/8 of a loop with a 45-degree downline with 2 of 4. 1 and 2. And he's going to get a little bit of speed on that 45 and come up to a regular loop. And he'll exit to the left. And he should wag his wings and let us know that he's finished and he has completed the sequence. Thank you, Patrick.
So Power's next.
Okay, Power's next.
Jerry Eskenazi.
Yep. Okay. Good. Looks like we're going to have a Power competitor next. And that's going to be Jerry Eskenazi. He's flying an Extra 300S. S like Sierra. He has a beautiful red Extra. He comes to us up from Georgia. And Jerry flies a lot in the southeast area, a bit in the Mid-America region. And he's taken quite a few trips last year at various points around the United States just because he loves to travel as well as do aerobatic flight. Okay, I hear him. He sounds like he's pretty serious here. And he should give us a wing wag pretty quick. And there it is. 1 and 2 and 3. 3 wing wags. Figure number 1 is half a loop up with half a roll on the top, which he will exit inverted. So he's driving to the middle box so that he can get right in front of the judges. There's a full roll. He will stay inverted into figure number 2, which is the 180-degree turn. And then he'll enter figure number 3 at the end of that with a 45 down and half a roll. 5/8 of a loop. And 2 of 4 on the top. 1, 2. Figure number 4, 2 of 4, 1, 2. It's going to do a loop downward, partial loop, excuse me, and then cap off upright to go into figure number 5. Should have a positive snap right here. There we go. Followed by a downward P-loop. On the upline, he'll have a 1/4 roll, which will bring him on the y-axis. And then he will set up to do a 1 1/4 spin. One and a quarter. It's a downward P-loop here on the end of this, with a 1/2 roll on the top to bring him back upright. Okay, into figure. Next figure is figure 7, and that's 1/2 roll, followed by 1/2 loop down. Into figure number 8, which is establish a 45-degree line up. There it is. Into a hammerhead. Okay, after the hammerhead, he'll come out to the left and he'll go into figure number 9, which is a pull Humpty. So he pulls to vertical, up, 2 of 8 on this line, 1, 2, and then he pulls back over on his back, goes down vertical, 1/4 roll on that line to position him to come out to the right. And then he'll have 5/8 of a loop up. Okay, on the 45, he'll have 2 of 4. There's 1 and 2. Another 5/8 of a loop up. 1/2 roll. And that's the end of the figure, and it is the end of the sequence. That was figure number 10. Thank you, Jerry. Hey, while we have a little break here, I'd like to say a hearty thank you to all of our sponsors and donors. Really, we couldn't put on a contest of this magnitude without the help of generous donations of time and money and in-kind sponsorship. We'd like to thank Aura Aero, who is our platinum sponsor. They are a French-based company, and they are developing a side-by-side aerobatic training aircraft. It's kind of loosely based on the CAP series of airplanes. And but the major part of their business, they're actually developing a commuter airplane, and that's supposed to be electric somewhere along the way. I don't know how far along we are with that, but it looks pretty awesome. Then we have our gold sponsors: Softy Parachute, Extra Aircraft, MT Propeller, MX Aircraft, Alan Green. Hi, Alan. I talked to him earlier by email. Aircraft Spruce, Jim Burke, Terry and Peggy Riedinger, Marty Flournoy, David and Martha Martin, John Ostmeyer, Doug and Patty Souter. Silver sponsors include a local service, Schilling Aviation Services. Chapter 89 has generously given us a donation to increase the power of our Wi-Fi, which we greatly appreciate. And it looks like we have, this could be Corey, or no, this is, that looks like it's playing. Yep, it's Corey. Okay, so this is Corey, and he is flying an Extra 330 SC. He's been at this a couple years. I think I first saw him flying in 2019, if I remember right, but I could be wrong. Maybe he was in 2018. But he's been training really hard, and he has moved up steadily since he first got in. I think he started in sportsman, now he's in intermediate. Okay, see if I can catch up with him here. It looks like he just finished figure number 4, but we'll see here. Yep, so that was a half snap on figure number 5 going into this downward P-loop. He's got a quarter roll on the upline to put him out upright on the going into the figure number 6, which is setting up for the 1 1/4 turn spin, and that will send him down into the another downward P-loop. I think he might have missed the P-loop. Maybe not. Maybe that was okay. So, yeah, he's wagging out because it looked like to me that he did figure number 6 instead of the P-loop. So what happens in a situation like that is he will go out of the box, he'll get himself reoriented, and most people start off with the figure that they did not do correctly to get their flow back, but we'll see if he comes back into the right, then he'll start on figure number 7. So let's see what he does. Looks like he's making a turn to come back in. And he is wagging in. My assumption is he's going to start on figure number 7, but we'll see. Which would be half a roll followed by half a loop. There he goes. So he is on figure number 7, so he's all caught up now. Okay, figure number 8 is a 45 line to a hammerhead. Establishes the 45, then goes straight up vertical. Lets the speed bleed off so that he will do a nice hammer head. Okay. When he gets to the bottom there, he'll come out to the left into figure number 9. And this will be the pull Humpty with a 2 of 8 roll on the upline. 1, 2. I'll pull over the top. With a 1/4 roll on the downline. We'll go into figure number 10. 5/8 of a loop up. On the 45 down, you'll have a 2 of 4. This roll is 2 points of a 4-point roll. 1 and 2. Another 5/8 of a loop up. And a half roll on the top to bring him back to upright. He will wag out, and that will be the end of the sequence for him. So my guess is he's probably going to get a hard 0 on figure number 6, which was the 1 1/4 spin into a P-loop because he missed the P-loop. But that's up to the judges to decide, but that's the kind of thing that they are always looking for.
Did you get my message? I when the unlimited finished.
decathlon's diving in. It is.
Okay, we're back, and Nathan Rudy is coming into the box right now in his decathlon, and I have been joined by Jeff Granger, who is an aerobatic judge, a nationals judge, and a competitor, and a instructor.
Well, Lori, this is my first time looking at the sequence for a while, but it looks like he's on the 180-degree inverted turn.
Yep, I would say so.
And then he's going to start a 45-degree downline with a half roll and complete a 5/8 loop with a 2 out of 4 at the top. I think I told you earlier that I acquired a super decathlon like this in July to add to our flight school. I hadn't flown this type of airplane for many years. I've been flying the extra, and it gave me a new respect for how difficult it is to fly the maneuvers in an airplane that's got that much adverse yaw and higher stick forces.
Yeah, that level's good. Yeah, so that's what we used to have a decathlon, and I liked training in it because it was so obvious as to, what the control deflections needed to be, and how much muscle you needed to put in it or not, as the case may be. And then I got into extra, and it was like you use your forefinger and your thumb to tweak it around.
Okay, so he's tapping off for the spin. Spinning to the right, 1 1/4. Pardon? With a down P loop, a 3/4 loop with a half roll off the top. He's really keeping that nose high. And a split S, kind of the reverse of an Immelman. A half roll, followed by a half loop down. Now, 45-degree entry into a hammerhead. A little bit shallow, I think. He has to draw a distinct line. It's not enough just to pull up. Then the hammerhead turn, and of course this is an end of the box maneuver, so this will reverse the direction. Then the humpty bump.
1, 2.
2 out of 8 points of a roll. And a pull across the top. Pretty good on axis. And a 1/4 roll will put him back on the x-axis. And this is kind of a lay down 8 or lay down S.
He's wagging out.
Wagging out. We're trying to think of a slogan for the new IAC chapter that we've started in Utah. Somebody suggested, when the going gets tough, we wag out.
Oh, no.
There's no shame in wagging out.
Well, that's true.
I was judging Unlimited, the flight before this, and one of the competitors got kind of low, and people were saying, wag out, take a break. It's much better to wag out and take a little penalty than to risk getting too low. But he's coming around to reposition.
Yeah, especially like in, the primary and sportsman. Primary doesn't have any penalties for going out.
Yeah.
And sportsman only has a 5-point penalty. And intermediate, I don't remember how much it is. How much is the...
I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, it's probably 15 or 20 or something like that.
Yeah, I tell the competitors that I coach to not think about that. Think about their safety. People get low, they get flustered, they get anxious, they begin to rush through things. You're better to take a break, put out your helmet fire, get composed, and come back in. Okay, here he comes. There's a figure 8. Pull around. The judge wants to see a nice, smooth, round loop. No segments, no kinks. Nice 45 line. There's the pause. 2 points out of 4. And this rest of this is just like an Immelman. The loop up and then roll off the top. So supposedly, according to myth and legend, Immelman was a World War I ace who invented the half loop with the roll off the top as an evasive maneuver. I don't know if that's true though.
I think it's been proved that it's not. Gordon wrote a article about
that.
Yeah, I can't remember what his first name, but his last name was Armstrong. Like a colonel or.
It should be called the Armstrong maneuver. Huh?
It should be called it, yeah.
Okay.
Shouldn't be calling him old man.
There's a lot of things like that as they say.
Let's change that right now.
Lost in antiquity. As they say, that's just what they call it, honey.
Yep, that's right. It's just what they call it.
Like I was in the restaurant and I saw they had fresh fruit cocktail. I thought I'll try some of that. I brought it out and it was obviously canned, syrupy.
Oh
fruit
no,
cocktail. And
that's not fresh fruit.
I said, I thought this was fresh fruit cocktail. And the waitress said, that's just what they call it, honey. So, yeah, they call it the Immelman. I think that name is gonna stick around forever.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think we can change it at this point.
Half loop up, roll off the top. The important thing from a aerobatic competition point of view is this is a maneuver which reverses direction. So you put it in if you're designing a sequence, you put it at the ends of the box, so it's going to bring you back on the axis. It gains you altitude and loses you airspeed. So it's a great setup for something like a spin, or something where you need to regain speed and lose altitude, like something that has a prominent down line on it.
Now, when you're training your students aerobatics, do they ever have a problem with that particular area coming into an upward loop and then kind of maybe dishing out when they do that half a roll?
Yeah, there's a couple things that the students need to resistance that they need to overcome. The first is going fast enough.
Yeah.
Getting enough smash, as they say. You know, the Decathlon is a great airplane, but it doesn't have the power to weight ratio of these carbon fiber wonder planes that we see.
Mm-hmm.
I was judging Unlimited just before this, and Rob Holland, our 10-time national champion, came in his MX to do his warm-up figure, and he drew a vertical line that took him out of sight. That's not a decathlon. A decathlon, you really have to finesse and manage the energy. So the first thing is you got to get the nose pointed down. You got to pick up some speed, up to about 160 miles an hour at least. And then you've got to pull tight enough that you don't run out of energy.
Okay, we got a wing wag here. I believe this is Lee Hubner.
Oh, okay.
And Lee is flying a very interesting airplane. This used to be belonged to Patty Wagstaff, this airplane. And Lee was going through looking for airplanes to buy, and he found this being advertised. And it basically just said, one previous owner, only flown on weekends, right?
Flown by the little lady on weekends, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like a great airplane. Was it airworthy at the time, or was it just in parts?
No, they had pulled it apart pretty good.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it was a basket case.
It basically was, yeah.
But an airplane has had an important history.
Yep.
Still has the Papa Whiskey registration number, doesn't it?
Yep, it says.
Okay, here he comes. Let's.
Okay, we're on figure 1.
Figure 1. This is the half loop up, full roll off the top, exit inverted. There he goes. Let's see how much faster that rolls than that stodgy decathlon.
Hey.
Okay. And here's an inverted turn. It's just like an upright turn, except you're on the other side of the airplane.
Yeah, and again, the judges are looking for at least 60 degrees of bank on those turns.
45 down line, and a roll, half roll to put him upright, and pull around on that 5/8 loop with 2 out of 4 points on the top, and a 1, and a 2. Now this is interesting. This is kind of a reversing loop. Pull around, he has to immediately change pitch, no pause.
There's it.
Yeah, half the snap, you get inverted, pull around on a 3/4 loop. This quarter roll is going to put him on the y-axis. Sets him up high and slow for the spin. Got to spin in the correct direction though. It's not uncommon to see people spin off in the wrong direction. What happens if you end up in the wrong direction on the x-axis, Lori?
We don't like it.
We don't like it, yeah. It ends up with an egg, a 0. As the French say in tennis, love, 0.
Love 0.
Yeah, love is 0.
Yep.
The egg. So 45 entry into the hammer, nice 45 line. You have to basically say to the judge, hey, look, here's my line. And then a pivot, we don't want to see any torque, just strictly yaw. Nice pivot. And again, this is going to put him back, coming right to left on the x-axis. Now the Humpty Bump. Don't ask me why they call them Humpty Bumps. 2 out of 8, and then a pull around. Back to our right, and now the reversing loop. The judge wants to see these loops nice and round and symmetrical. No kinks, no segments, no flat spots, no pauses. See how much easier it is for him to roll off the top than it was in the decathlon. Now, flying extras is intoxicating. If you've flown something a little slower and less powerful.
47. Okay, so for those of you watching, we hope that our voice is coming over good enough for you. And anybody like biplanes better than monoplanes? We'll take a quick vote here.
Yeah. See if we have some biplane enthusiasts out there. So my first aerobatic airplane was a biplane. You remember my old red Skybolt?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great way to get started. It was a home built, been built by a guy up in Canada from a kit. I was a co-owner in a partnership with another guy back in Indiana. It was open cockpit. Open cockpit is fun for about the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Then it can get very, very fatiguing, and it's also not a good training environment. So the slipstream is so loud that except at low air speeds, the intercom is basically ineffective. We use a lot of gestures and hand signals.
Mm-hmm.
But it was affordable, and it was fully aerobatic, and I was able to go and fly sportsman contests for about 5 years in that.
Okay.
However, I was at our Ohio Chapter 34 contest when Brian Howard showed up with his extra 300, 300L, and he took me for a ride in that. And I came back, and the wife said, "How was the ride?" And I said, "I don't care how long it takes. I don't care how hard I have to work. I don't care how much money I have to save. I am going to have one of those. She said it was that good. What was so good about it? I said it was powerful. It was fast. It was smooth. It was maneuverable. It handled so well, and I just have to have this.
Wonderful.
Now, it took a while. I didn't buy an extra until 2000, the year 2000, when I got that red and blue 200. Okay, here we got a glider coming in. Where's we have a glider sequence
Yes. One way or the other.
and category.
And so this is intermediate glider, and we have Dante Cyrus coming in.
Is this one of our Air Force cadets?
It is, yeah. He's currently a senior.
Okay.
And he recently was selected as an Air Force pilot trainee. So congratulations to Dante.
I get to fly something with an engine. Now.
Yeah, he's aspiring to become a fighter pilot.
But they don't have any glider fighters?
Probably not.
No, they all have engines. Okay, that's good. So he's completing his reverse half Cuban. Very nice 5/8 loop. And a slow... You're on the slow roll yet.
Oh, no, we're on the intermediate.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
So he's getting ready for his spin.
Yep.
He's almost stopped. Nice auto rotation. Just a one-turn spin. And he went over a little bit past his heading. Then a hammerhead. So on our feed this morning, I was commenting about the hammerheads and the gliders. I really don't know how they do it.
This is true energy management at its finest.
Yeah. How do you get that thing to yaw 180 degrees with no propeller slipstream over the tail?
Very carefully.
Yeah. There's all positive Humpty, pull, and pull. Then the quarter clover. This is a maneuver you rarely see in power aerobatics. It's a loop with a roll integrated, half roll integrated into the first half of the loop. And this is going to put him on the y-axis, his wind corrector. Then a 90-degree aerobatic turn. Look how the wings flex.
Yep.
Now a reversing roll. This is cool. Over to inverted and then back the way you came. Half Cuban with a 2 out of 4. Pretty classic intermediate maneuver. You wouldn't see this in Sportsman. A little more difficult because you got to pause on that roll. If I was judging this, I would downgrade him for not being steep enough during the first part of that roll, or first part of that line. And then a loop. Nothing simpler than a loop, right? Floated across the top. And he's done.
And so he's going to come around and come in and land. Are you going to follow him again this time? For the landing?
If there's not somebody else diving in, we'll
Awesome. It's fun watching him come in. Yeah, Dante said that he got his start in aviation by having a Winnie the Pooh booster seat.
A Winnie the Pooh booster seat. How does that relate to aviation?
Yeah, because he got up so that he could see the instrument of the panel of the family's general aviation aircraft.
Ah, okay. Yeah,
So-
I found kids are a lot more interested in flying if they can see out the windows.
Yep,
Instead of
absolutely.
looking at the upholstery or a bunch of dials that they don't understand.
Yep.
Tow plane landed.
Comes the tow plane back in. Yeah, I started flying with my kids when they were just toddlers. We had a 6-place Piper Lance. That's the stretched version of the Cherokee.
Mm-hmm.
6 seats, 300 horsepower, retractable gear. Kind of a family station wagon of the skies. Do you remember that airplane? I think I might have brought it to contests or fly-ins from time to time. So the kids grew up with aviation. That doesn't necessarily mean they develop the love of aviation. Sometimes people grow up with things and they don't really care for it.
Yeah, well, both my kids took flight instruction. They both got a license, but they don't do anything with it professionally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And my daughter had zero interest. Our son, he took flight lessons when he was about 16. So he got about 20 hours and soloed, but and other things intervened. Once he started driving and discovered girls, doesn't seem to be interested in airplanes very much.
Well, sometimes the girls are just more interesting, I guess.
Yeah, well, girls can fly airplanes, so he
Yeah.
could have done both. But
Yeah, he could have.
yeah, you either love it or you don't. And you can offer people exposure to aviation. If it's not their thing, there's no reason to push it. It is very gratifying, though, to see young people interested in aviation, especially aerobatics. I think one of the coolest things about being at these contests is seeing the collegiate teams. We've got Dagmar Kress from Mountain or Metro State?
Metropolitan State University of Denver.
Of Denver,
Yeah.
with their flight team here. And the University of North Dakota flight team with Michael Lentz. And then, of course, the Air Force Academy. That's a collegiate team.
Okay, here we have Dante coming in for a beautiful landing. I just love it when they come around the corner and dip their wing a little bit. Yeah. He's got his spoilers out. He's slowing his airplane down. The spoilers disrupt the airflow over the top of the wing.
Yeah, so it's a throttle of sorts because the airplane will glide and glide and glide with very little drop. In order to land, you gotta pull on the brakes. The airplanes that I fly, they have brakes of sorts. And flying the Piper Cherokee, you can put the flaps out. That'll help slow you down. But the carbon fiber monoplane, the extra, it has no drag devices. It has no flaps. It has you can't extend or retract the landing gear. It doesn't have speed brakes or spoilers, so it requires careful speed control. You might think that you'd pay that much for a carbon fiber monoplane and it would fly itself, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
Transitioning from the Skybolt to the Extra 200 was a challenge.
Oh, I bet.
The first time I did landings in it, I had to make 3 approaches before I could get it down because it wanted to float down the runway. It's not like the draggy biplane with all those interplane struts and wires and open cockpit. You just having the cockpits open creates a tremendous amount of drag.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So you just pointed at the numbers and the speed rips away, and you touch down. You do that in the carbon fiber monoplane, and it just floats and floats and floats and floats. It requires more careful speed control.
Okay, who do we have coming in next?
Is this another glider?
Okay. So after Dante, we had Carter Margolis. Okay, let's see what I've got on Carter here. They all sent me a little bio on themselves. So
he's high and slow.
High and slow.
Looking at the box. The most thrilling words for the aerobatic competitor are, "You're cleared into the box."
Yep.
That's when it all happens. And you look down and it looks like a postage stamp, and you realize that there's a dozen people on the judging line looking at you. And it's thrilling. Here he comes.
Yeah, Carter's from Wakefield, Massachusetts, and he says, "Go Patriots!"
So this is a split S, a half roll with a half loop down. Kind of the reverse of the Immelman. Followed by a goldfish, so called because it looks like a goldfish cracker. Three-quarter loop with 45 lines coming in and out. And that climb sets him up for the spin, which is only one turn, hardly a developed spin. Yeah, I don't think that auto-rotated all the way around.
I don't think so ever. It looks like he kind of put an aileron in there.
I think the last quarter of it, he put it on the down line and adjusted it with the ailerons. If I was scoring this flight, I would have severely downgraded that. The airplane, whether it's powered or a glider, it has to auto-rotate for the full spin, whether it's one and a quarter, 1.5, one, whatever.
Right.
If you stop it prematurely and then put it into a downward spiral, some judges might not notice it.
Right.
But
he's coming out of figure 5. He's coming in at the quarter clover leaf.
mm-hmm. Nice graceful figure. Something I do for recreational aerobatics, but I've never done it in a contest.
Yeah, it's really pretty. Shows off the wings really nicely too.
Yeah. Then the turn, bank it, then yank it. And the reversing roll, notice he's on a little bit of a descending line to keep his speed up. No downgrade for that in the gliders. It's necessary for them to fly, with no engine. You got to be descending a large part of the flight. Not all of it, but enough of it to keep your speed up. Then the half Cuban. I think the Cuban naming story is true, isn't it?
I don't remember that one.
Yeah. Apparently, the Cuban Air Force had a flight demonstration team back in the 1930s, and they came in and they did the figure 8. Up 3/8, 5/8 loop, roll on the down line, 5/8 loop, roll on the down line, make a nice graceful 8 in the sky.
Uh-huh.
And pretty soon they were calling it the Cuban 8, and the name stuck.
Okay. And that was the end of the figure and the end of the sequence, and he's wagging out. He's looking forward to being a pilot in the Air Force following graduation. He said he's only flown gliders so far. He hasn't flown any power. And he's super happy to be in Kansas because he doesn't want to be in his dorm room studying.
Yeah, I don't know how they get so much time off for this flying. As we discussed this morning, the Air Force cadets can do glider aerobatics as part of their undergraduate curriculum before they go into their formal military flight training.
Mm-hmm.
And Rob Dumovic said they also can fly powered aircraft in the precision flying team, where they do cross-country planning, instrument approaches, and so on. But they don't do powered aerobatics. If they want to get into aerobatics, it's got to be gliders. And that's traditional. That's kind of the old European system.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go back to the 1930s, you know, the Swiss and the Germans, the Luftwaffe would start out their pilots in glider training. Why do you suppose that is? Because it's cheaper?
Well, I'll tell you, it is a lot less expensive to learn how to fly a glider if you belong to a glider club.
Yeah.
I fly at a glider club out of Ohio, and you pay, you know, obviously a fee, just like any other place. But with this, because it's not commercial, everybody on my glider crew has a skill of some sort or other that they contribute to the operation. So, for instance, for me, I tow the gliders in our Pawnee, Piper Pawnee, and my husband instructs, and then our daughter, when she was coming out, she would help launch the gliders.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody has a job, and you don't have to pay for an instructor. So when you don't have to pay for the instructor and you're only paying for the tow, it does decrease the price quite a bit.
Yeah, and the aircraft are less complex, less expensive.
Exactly.
Obviously, they don't have engines.
Yeah, you're not running through fuel.
And you don't have fuel.
Yep.
But what about stick and rudder skills? Do you think that starting out in a glider gives you a better appreciation of energy management and stick and rudder?
Oh, definitely. And situational awareness, because you know, one of the things is in a glider, you get one landing. You don't get any go-arounds.
No go-arounds.
No go-arounds.
You're committed.
You are committed. So this is Andrew Deaver coming in, it looks like. And he's from Santa Clarita, California. An aeronautical engineering major. He enjoys sunrise hikes, piano playing, and traveling.
That's the last guy landed.
Okay, and this is the last guy landing, so I'm completely wrong, but I'll keep talking about Andrew anyway. After graduation, he's hoping to fly something fast and pointy.
Fast and pointy.
Yes.
With bombs and missiles on it.
Something like that. Yeah. Oh, and he wants to give a shout out to his mom and grandparents who are watching from the runway. So hi, Mom. Hi, grandparents. Andrew says hi.
Do we have? Is this? Did you say this was the last glider?
2 to go.
2 to
Andrew
go.
and
Andrew
Isabella.
and Isabella.
And power?
That power's
Oh,
done.
good.
Power is done.
Yep.
Okay. Just les planneurs. Les planneurs.
Well, that's a pretty picture of the end of a car. Oh, and grass. There we go.
There we go.
Now we can see the glider. And the tow plane. The yellow one's the tow plane. And somebody told me what that was, but now I forget what it is. Like a
That's
scout.
a
Scout?
Scout.
A scout?
Yeah, that's American Champion Scout. American Champion has a lot of variations on that airframe. The one that I purchased is the Super Decathlon, which is the certified aerobatic version. So it has a symmetrical wing. The wing is cambered on the bottom as well as the top. It has large ailerons but no flaps. And it has a full inverted fuel and oil capability. So it's a factory-built standard category airplane certified in the aerobatic category. But they take that same airframe and they make it with a flat bottom wing, which is optimized for upright flight, and flaps. They can be outfitted with larger tires.
I'm good.
For the backcountry, the bush pilot, the tow planes. It'd be an ideal airplane as a tow plane or as a banner towing or utility type airplane. And Aviat, the people that make the pits, they also make a similar aircraft called the Husky. But no, I don't think there's any aerobatic version of the Husky. There's just the utility version.
And they usually put big tires on them and fly them up in the tundra, right?
Right, big treadless balloon tires that can land on squishy, soft ground. Not like the Extra. The Extra's got small diameter, high pressure tires and wheel pants, and you operate that only off of improved strips. Oh, I put it in on grass now and then, but it has to be a pretty good. It has to be a pretty good grass strip to land the Extra.
Since we have a break in the action here and we're waiting for looks like them to take off, I'd like to say thank you to some of our sponsors. Our chapters around the country all ponied in to help us have daily coffee and donuts for everybody in the morning, which is greatly appreciated. Some of us run on coffee, so we wouldn't make it very far during the day if we didn't have that.
Yeah. When I come in the morning, usually my low caffeine morning light is flashing.
Yeah.
And I go right to the coffee service.
That's right. And for some of us, for me in particular, I don't need the caffeine, so I appreciate the fact that there is a half pot of decaf. But we have Chapter 1, they're up in the Chicago, Illinois area. Chapter 3, they're down in Georgia. Chapter 5 is in Colorado. Chapter 11 is over in the D.C. area. Chapter 12 is also in Colorado. Chapter 15 is here in Kansas. They're more over towards Kansas City. Chapter 23, I will have to try to remember where that is. I can always look it up. Chapter 24 is down in Texas. Chapter 26 is out in California. And Chapter 34, both Jeff and I are very familiar with, since that is the Ohio chapter, and Jeff used to be president of that chapter.
Once upon a time.
Yep. Chapter 36 is also out in California, and Chapter 38 as well. Chapter 58, I seem to remember that they're over in the Pennsylvania area. Chapter 77 is in Oregon, and Chapter 80 is the Mid-America or Midwest Aerobatic chapter, and they call themselves MAC 80. Chapter 88 is up in Michigan. 89 is down in Florida, which reminds me now that Chapter 23 is also in Florida, so now I remembered it. Chapter 119 is down in the Wichita area in Kansas, and Chapter 135 is in Alaska.
Alaska? I didn't know there was an Alaska chapter.
There is an Alaska chapter. And Chapter 138 is one of the new chapters besides Jeff's Utah chapter. Chapter 138 is down in Florida as well. They formed their chapter specifically to practice up for competition and making like the U.S. teams.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? And where's Chapter 138?
They're at Boynton Beach, Florida.
Boynton Beach.
Uh-huh.
Still excited for it.
Yep.
Okay. Well, maybe sometime soon we'll see sponsorship from Chapter 139.
Yeah, I hope so.
Well, it's still in an embryonic state.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have any money yet, right?
We have nothing. No. Well, I wouldn't say we have nothing. We have the nucleus.
Mm-hmm.
As you mentioned earlier, I was for many years Chapter 34 member of Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
A wonderful group of people. But when I moved to Utah, I had to decide who am I going to affiliate with. So I joined Chapter 36 out of San Diego because I was flying there. I was attending their Borrego Springs contest regularly. So that became my home chapter. But then I re-upped my membership to Chapter 34 this summer so we could do that chapter camping thing at Oshkosh.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had a aerobatic team of sorts within our flight school in Provo, and generated enough interest with the young people there, and started going to contests together, flying the Citabria, that I felt that we had the nucleus for forming a chapter. So this summer we did it. Got a group of people together, said, let's form a chapter. And I said, how do we do it? We don't know anything about chapters. And I said, okay, here it goes. You're president, and you're vice president, and you're the treasurer, and you're the secretary, and I'll be a board member. I said, okay, now what? So we'll call it EAA, and we'll request an application, and we'll fill that out, and send in some money. And next thing you know, we were Chapter 139.
All right. Congratulations.
Well, thanks. Now, we can't do anything yet because we're not fully organized. We had to approve some bylaws.
Uh-huh.
So what I did was I got the Chapter 34 bylaws and put in a Word document and substituted 139 for 34.
Perfect. You know, why reinvent the wheel,
no,
right?
Why reinvent the wheel? We had drawn those bylaws up a couple of years ago, and they were just fine. And changed Ohio to Utah, and called a meeting, and we approved the bylaws. We got that done. Next thing we need to do is the EAA requires that all the chapters be incorporated as a nonprofit.
Mm-hmm.
So
right.
I've got our treasurer working on that, on incorporating in Utah.
Mm-hmm.
And once that's done, he's going to get a federal EIN and start a bank account. I already have some sponsorship.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, we have a member who's a wealthy industrialist, a business tycoon,
mm-hmm.
and who has an extra and a Piper M300,
mm-hmm.
and homes in several states. And he offered to provide us with some sponsorship to get us started. So that's wonderful. I never thought I'd have any skills like Ken had to get sponsorship money,
mm-hmm.
and you as well.
Right.
But there are people out there who are willing to support the chapter. And of course, we have, I think, enough members that instituting some modest yearly dues will bump up our membership. And then the EAA provided a search of IAC members in the state,
right.
with numbers and email addresses. So once we're organized, once we have a website and an enrollment portal and a payment portal, we're going to send out a email offering everybody in the state of Utah the chance to join our new chapter, because
mm-hmm.
it's the only chapter in the state. Then what do you do with the chapter?
What do you do with it? Well, so are you guys going to have like some practice days?
Well, we've been having practice days down at Nephi, Utah. Our home base in Provo, Utah, is a towered field, and there's really no suitable place to practice adjacent to the airport.
Oh, okay.
The area to the east is very urban.
Mm-hmm.
The area to the west is the Utah Lake, and it's a fairly busy airport. There's a scheduled airline in there with Allegiant and Breeze, and there's a Utah Valley University's flight training program. It's just not a suitable place to practice.
Mm-hmm.
But about 20 miles south of us is Nephi, Utah. Is a single north-south runway, and it doesn't have much in the way of services, but it's also very lightly used. And the area to the west of that is just all pasture. No habitations there, just some sheep. So we've been having practice days there, even though we don't have a so-called box, a waivered aerobatic practice area, because it's off the airway.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in the Delta airspace.
Right.
Not under the Bravo Veil.
Right.
So we can go out there and practice as long as we stay above 1,500 feet.
Right.
Eventually, I think we want to get a waivered aerobatic practice area there. As it is now, we just show up on a Saturday with a couple people and a couple airplanes and some chairs and some coolers, a radio with fresh batteries, and I sit down with the sequences and have people practice and critique them. And it's generated enthusiasm for people going to contests.
Are you, since you're a judge, are you giving them achievement awards?
You know, our secretary, Sadie, asked about that just the other day. She had been to the practice day, and she came back and said, hey, there's something called achievement awards. How do I get one of those? Can you sign me off on it based upon my performance at the last practice day? I said, not retroactively.
Yeah, right. You really need to be present and remember what you looked at.
Right.
And there's a little application that has the figures on it, and you see whether she flew them good or she didn't. Or,
right, and she's flying primary, so that's pretty straightforward.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a spin, a loop, and roll, and
Right.
the usual primary maneuvers. So at the next practice day, I told her to bring that form along, and I think we can complete that. Then she can apply to the EAA for this achievement award. That would be a primary smooth patch.
Right.
And they call it a patch because you get an embroidered patch to put on your jacket.
That's right.
And
Or you can even get a decal to put on the window of your airplane.
Right, or on the tail of your airplane or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, it's some cool swag to have. Something you can puff up your chest and say, hey, I have an achievement award. I did the achievement awards during the years that I was competing. I did them at a contest, though. That's called a STARS patch.
Right.
Because it's done in a contest environment. But similar thing, and I stuck them on my jacket.
Mm-hmm. So do you have all of them except for Unlimited?
No, I never did fly Unlimited. There's a few individuals out there who have gotten all the patches in power, and even a smaller number of individuals who have all the patches in both power and glider.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I'm going to get that in this lifetime. I think I've already.
It's not going to work out for Unlimited.
No, I'm past my peak. I competed in advanced for a couple of years and then back down to intermediate, and I'm never going to fly in Unlimited. It's just too physically demanding.
Yeah. So one thing that's nice about the Achievement Awards, when you're just flying in front of a judge at a non-contest environment, you can fly each figure individually. You wag out and come back in and do the next figure, and wag out and come back in, and there's no penalty.
No penalty for that.
Because they're just looking at the actual figure itself. They're not trying to make sure that you're doing the sequence smooth or anything like that.
That's good because it is a step up to do figures in a sequence.
Yes, it is.
When you're first starting out, just looping or rolling the airplane at all, it seems like quite an accomplishment. Then you get good enough at doing the individual maneuvers, and you start putting them in together in little sequences of 2 or 3 at a time that kind of flow together. And it takes a while before you can do the full sequence together. And then you start bringing it down to a lower altitude and bringing it a little bit tighter within the confines of the box. At least for me, when I trained with Bill Thomas, that didn't come until we had done like a dozen hours.
Well, it looks like Andrew's almost up at altitude there, so he should be turning around and coming into the box here pretty soon. I want to take this opportunity to thank some of our local in-kind donors who have either given us discounts at their establishment or provided, food or something like that for us. So currently we have on the field Dry Creek Buffalo Ranch, and they are a vendor that sells, as you would guess, buffalo burgers, and they are delicious, I gotta say. The Hilton Garden Inn has given us a nice discount to rent their rooms here in Kansas, and we'd like to thank them. The Salina Airport Authority has gone above and beyond to help to make sure that we have all been accommodated for everything that we need, whether it's trash bags or coming out and training for driver's course to come out here and drive our vehicles out here and set up all the boundary markers, all that type of thing. Just really super helpful. Special shout out to Tim Rogers, Shelley Swanson, and Casey Windhorst. And then we have some donors that have given us a great deal of water. We're going through about, a whole bunch, I can't even remember, a couple, what do you call the big pallets of water?
Big pellets,
Big pellets of water. They brought two out for us, and that's Mahaska Beverage Company. They're located here locally, and we really appreciate them donating that. It's been warm enough that quite a few of us have gone through water on a regular basis. I think I drank three
Yeah, and
today.
you don't want to get dehydrated and then go up and fly aerobatics.
Exactly. Okay, so we have Andrew's off tow now, and he's coming into the box. So we'll turn him back over here to the sequence, and Jeff will give us a heads up on what Andrew's working on here.
Of course, everybody's flying the same sequence because this is the known sequence, the qualification program. This is the sequence that remains the same for your category all year, through the year, that you can practice ad nauseum. You really shouldn't be zeroing any figures in the known, although it's been known to happen.
Oh yeah. You can get turned around.
Yeah.
You're concentrating so hard, and one of the earlier intermediate power guys skipped part of the element in the figure.
Yes.
So.
And not only does that zero the figure, but if it puts you in the wrong orientation, and you don't realize that you're flying in the wrong orientation, you could end up zeroing many or all of the subsequent figures. One of the advanced competitors turned the wrong direction on the second or third figure in his known, and ended up doing the next four figures in the wrong orientation on the x-axis. And those were all zero. Put him down to the very bottom of the list. Heartbreaking to see that.
We have a question from Hugo Craft. How can viewers find the Rusty sheet so they can see what's following along here and going on? If you go to www.iac.org, across the top you'll see some buttons to press there on the navigation toolbar, and one of them says competition. And if you click that, there'll be a drop-down box that has known sequences. And click on that, it will take you to the page that has all the known 2022 sequences that we are watching right now. So you should be able to get that with no problem, because you don't need a login for it.
That's open to the public.
That is open to the public.
Yeah. So there are parts of the IAC website which require membership, but that's not one of them.
Yeah, and this is the intermediate glider category.
Okay, so he's on the 90-degree turn, coming up to the reversing roll. So a half roll to inverted, a pause, and then a roll back the way you came. I use this a lot in training to teach rolls.
It's good for coordination, I imagine.
Yes. I think a great way to learn rolls is to start off with going back and forth on quarter rolls, then back and forth on half rolls, then back and forth on three-quarter rolls, rather than just thinking I can just roll around all each time.
Okay, he's headed into figure number 10, which is a loop, and that's going to be the last figure in this sequence.
It's amazing how slow they can get on top and not fall.
And not fall out?
Well, because they're following the ballistic arc with basically a zero angle of attack.
Right.
Just floating it across. It's in teaching the loop, it's very common for people to start pulling too hard across the top, and then they do stall because they're slow and they're pulling too hard. And even though they're inverted, you can still do a positive load stall. It takes some practice and some fortitude, or what my dad used to call it, intestinal fortitude, which, guts, to be patient enough to let the aircraft accelerate after it comes across the top of the loop. We got one more glider, is that correct, in this category?
Yep, I think this is going to wrap up our afternoon.
All right. Then we'll head to the place that rewards the aerobatic pilot, where they have the beer, right? we just do this for the beer.
No, that would be incorrect.
Oh.
We don't do it for beer. We do it for fun and skill and improving our flying.
And camaraderie.
Camaraderie is great.
Yes. You know, I had been flying the same category for quite a few years, really not moving up or down or really developing my skills in any way. And the wife said, "Why are you going to the aerobatic contest?" I said, "That's where all my friends are."
That's right.
But I did hit sort of a plateau in flying the intermediate power category for a few years, and I found a new challenge, which is the judging.
There's a glider in for landing.
Mm-hmm. Judging has its own sets of challenges. I find judging, well, challenging.
Challenging.
Yeah, I can't think of another word.
Well, sometimes it just happens so fast, and you're not sure you saw what you saw.
Yeah. Well, you have to have a deep knowledge of the rules and the judging criteria.
Right.
You need to have a good eye. You need to be able to concentrate. The planes are not necessarily down low where you can see them all the time. The lower categories are up quite high for safety. Some of the airplanes can be difficult to see, especially the gliders. A slender white glider against a bluish white sky.
Right.
And it's sometimes very hard to determine what side of the airplane you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when somebody rolls, am I looking at the top? Am I looking at the bottom? Which way did he roll? And then you have to do the mental math very quickly. You can't say, well, I'll come back to that one later because there's another figure coming, another and another and another.
Right.
You have to be able to quickly note the defects and find some way to record the score. I use fingers, you know.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that. For full points, do you use your right hand, half points for your left, or how do you do it?
No, if a half point, I crook my finger halfway.
Oh,
and
okay.
For a full point, I crook it the whole way. So
okay.
This would be 2 points. This would be half a point, 1 point, 2 points. And then I look at how many fingers I have up and deduct that from 10, and that's the score. It really helps to have good scoring assistance. Every judge has 2 assistants, one to read the figures to him and the other to record the figures in the comments, record the scores in the comments, because there isn't time to, other than occasionally take a glance down at the sequence to verify something. Otherwise you might lose sight of the airplane or miss a critical thing that happened. Of course, at this contest we have 7 judges. I'm very fortunate.
Yes.
If you do miss something, you can always call an average on it and let the other judges, let yours be average into the other judges' scores. The other thing that came up in discussion today out on the flight line is how often do you see scores below 5? I see them very rarely. I can't, and I cogitated on that a bit, and I think it's because it's just unusual for somebody to accumulate that many demerits or defects and not have botched the maneuver so completely that they end up with what's called a hard 0.
Right.
It
has happened, though.
Yeah, it does happen. You see 2s and 3s and even 0.0s, but it's unusual. More often, when somebody really does a figure badly, they do it so badly that they've left out a critical element of the figure, or they've come so far off heading or off rotation more than 90 degrees. At that time, it's what's called a hard 0, which means it didn't happen. The figure didn't happen at all, rather than just a downgrade on a figure.
Well, we're waiting here for Isabella Gentile to come in. She will be the last intermediate glider competitor.
And then are we done for the day at that point?
And then we're done for the day, yeah. So we actually we get off a little bit early from our job today.
Good.
Which is nice.
It was a long day yesterday.
It's only 5:10.
Yeah. It is a big commitment to come out here. It lasts for an entire week. And for a lot of the volunteers, a lot longer than that. You were here when I arrived on Wednesday, right?
Yeah, I actually came in early with Gary DeBon, who is our box master, and he helped set up all the boundaries and whatnot. We were here on the 26th of September.
I left on a Tuesday, and I'll get home a week from the following Sunday. This is I never came to nationals until after I retired
Hmm.
because of the time commitment. It's just too long.
Yeah, a lot of people can't take that much time off of work.
No, and uh, I don't want our listeners to be discouraged to say, well, I can't get into aerobatics unless I'm willing to commit 2 weeks to a contest. Regional contests are weekend events for the most
Exactly.
part. Long weekend events. It's typically a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Oftentimes, at least when I was doing regional contests, I would take off a Thursday and a Friday.
Hmm.
That way, I could get out and get the airplane prepared for its cross-country flight on a Thursday morning. I could hopefully arrive at the contest location on a Thursday and get registered and tech inspection and get some practice at the contest site in their box and learn the local geography, and then have fun on Friday and Saturday at the contest and fly home on Sunday. And that wasn't too great of a commitment. For typically, I would do 3 or 4 contests in the summer, so that would use up 6 or 8 days of vacation time. Well worth it.
Yeah. So Forrest has spotted the tow plane towing in the glider there. You see that on the screen. And Isabella is, oh, I almost lost some power here. You know, we're out sitting in a field in dirt and broken concrete. And
Yeah, I always said you were outstanding in the field.
yeah, I am outstanding in my field. So Isabella is a cyber science major with a minor in Chinese. That seems like a hard language to learn.
Chinese.
Chinese.
That's a synonym for difficult.
Yeah.
You know, I had a friend when anything was hard, he'd say, "This is harder than Chinese algebra."
Yeah.
But yeah, it's certainly difficult. I don't know 2 words of Chinese.
Let's see. She says, aside from flying, she enjoys acting, exploring, and photography. She's super excited to be a part of the aerobatic team and can't wait to continue competing. She's going to be a pilot in the Air Force and hopes to fly fighters. You go, girl.
Go girl, yeah.
Yeah. She also wants to give a shout out to her grandparents who are watching. Hey, grandparents. Hi from your lovely granddaughter, Isabella.
Okay, the glider's on tow on the base leg into the box, so we'll see them come off tow here in a moment. They don't have any gas in their tank, so at that moment that she comes off tow, she's going to have all the potential energy that she needs to do the flight. Off tow now.
And the first thing she's going to do is wag her wings, so we all know that she's ready to start the sequence. And it looks like she's working her way towards the middle so the judges can see her. Center box is the place to be so she doesn't get downgraded for what they call the presentation score.
So from the grading judge's perspective, they're keeping an eye on the plane, but they're not offering any grade on the flight. The pilot can fly through the box, back and forth, if they so desire, get their orientation. But when they do the 3 wing dips, they signal that they're started. Anything they do after that is considered the first figure.
Okay, she went inverted.
This is
the half roll followed by a half loop down.
Yes, so-called split S. Then the goldfish, which looks like a reverse half Cuban, only instead of finishing on a level line, it finishes on a 45 up line. That 45 up line will set her up for the spin. That's a death-defying maneuver, right? A spin. Yeah.
Men and their magnificent flying machines.
Yeah, you watch the old movies like Waldo Pepper or Magnificent Men, and a spin is a near-death experience, right? No, not so.
No, not at all.
Just another aerobatic maneuver.
Yep, exactly. First time you do it, though, you do feel like a frog in a blender. Just going around and around.
It can go around pretty fast once it gets
Oh,
developed.
yeah.
And teaching spins in the Super Decathlon recently, I've been surprised at how fast it spins. I thought it would spin much slower than the extra. Not so. This is finishing up the Humpty Bump and going into the quarter clover.
And this is just a really pretty maneuver, I think. I really like that.
Very graceful. Almost like a ballet or a figure skating.
Yeah.
Precision maneuvers.
Well, you know, and that's the way it's scored, too. You know, if you're in gymnastics or figure skating, the judges all start with a perfect 10, and they look at what you're doing, and they start deducting points.
So whatever you do in the airplane, whatever maneuver it takes, whatever control stick and rudder movements it takes, we don't know. We can't see what's happening in the airplane. All we can see is from the outside, and if the airplane flies the sequence just as it's written, there's no downgrade.
Okay, I think we're around here to a loop. This might be figure 10. We might be at the end of this sequence.
Yeah, I'd say that's game, set, and match, huh?
I would say.
The last figure in the last flight in the last category of the day.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. So that's it for us for today. We're wrapping it up, and we will be back tomorrow morning. The first flight will take off at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I will get the schedule here and see who's going to be up, because we are running on schedule, which is sometimes unusual for a contest to actually stay on schedule. Seems like there's always something that comes off that puts you off a little bit. So I'm going to take a quick look here and see what we have on schedule for Tuesday. Okay, Tuesday we have the Unlimited Free program, and that starts at 8 o'clock in the morning. And then the next flights after that will be the, let's see, Sportsman and Primary Free programs, and that includes gliders in that as well. So that's Sportsman, Power, and Glider, and Primary is Power. However, this year, interestingly enough, there are a couple of U.S. Air Force, I believe they are officers is what I've been told, who are flying the Primary program, which is normally flown by Power only, in their gliders, which is allowed in the rule book. So they can do that. Yep. So that's what's on for tomorrow morning, and we will be back. I have a couple more people that are coming out, so we'll have a new cast of characters to tell you what's going on. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.